Hello, everyone. This is strange for me. I'm normally live on Sundays, like in the morning. In the morning. It's not the morning usually. Noon my time on Sunday is when I normally go live. So 8 p.m. on a Friday is like very weird territory for me. Feels a little strange. I'm like, is it Sunday already? No, it's Friday. But I want to finish my book tonight, or I really would love to get as far into it as possible. So I was like, why not sprint? And then I was like, I don't know. Should I sprint? And then I asked on my Instagram story, and a lot of people did say yes. So hopefully we see some not similar faces. What am I trying to say? Familiar faces here today. But yeah, as you can see by my little tagline thing right here, headline, whatever. I'm reading this book. I posted about this on my Instagram actually like a few hours ago. And I'm tabbing it and I'm highlighting it. I feel like when I normally annotate, I use a highlighter, but I usually underline everything instead of highlighting it, if that makes sense. But like, I decided to go with my gut and fully highlight in this book, and I'm loving the process of that. I can't even think of one that I could just pull off my shelf right now that I've underlined. I feel like it's been a while since I've actually annotated a book and written in it because I use tabs a lot, but I don't normally write in them. Or I'll be like, oh, I'll go back later and underline everything and add a key. I never add a key for my annotations, like ever. I always think about it after the fact. While I'm reading it, I obviously know what each tab is used for, but like after I'm done with it, I'm done with it. Like I never go back and add what each one meant. So if I were to go back and look at my tabs in certain books, I would have to go through a few of them of each color to see like which color I used for what. It's so weird. I don't even want to look at my Den of Vipers one or my A Little Life one because those two books have the most colors. Usually I stick to like two or three depending on whatever. But yeah, in this one, I'm highlighting like sad parts and then also just like, wow, that quote hit type of thing. Also, this piece of hair is really making me angry today. I might have to like re-put my hair up. Do you see that? Was doing it's always like that. But today it's just really making me angry. I also kind of look like I don't have any hair. When I wear it up like this and I'm front facing, it just looks like I have no hair. But anyway, I've been talking for a little bit. What are you guys going to be reading tonight? What are you going to be doing? Let me know in the chat. Hello. Just wrapping up sprints on my channel. Yes, you are. I was over there a little bit earlier. Hello, Sabrina. Hello, Morgan. Hi, this was a nice surprise. I need to get some reading done. Same. Because, like I said, I want to get further into this book. I would love to finish it, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Because like I said, I am highlighting it. Maybe I'll just tab it and then highlight it another time, knowing full well that I probably won't. But I am loving it, so I feel like I probably will. But if I don't highlight, then I'll be able to read it faster. I'm almost halfway through. Not really, kind of. I don't know. I was almost going to title these sprints like these sprints end when I finish my book, but that was a lot to promise. I need to finish my book tonight too. Yes. Is anyone here participating in the Tarot Readathon? Let me know. Also, let me know what team you're on because that's super fun. I'm reading this for the Tarot Readathon. The prompt that it fit was a book that takes place at like a celebratory event, and this takes place at a wedding. Like it starts off at a wedding. It's not like a huge setting of the book, but it does start there, so it counts. Hello. I started Liars Like Us. It's told in third person. I hope I can get into it. Oh no. I still haven't read anything by this author, and I really want to. I think the first one I would start off with is Ruthless Creatures, because that's one I've heard the most good things about, or Pen Pal. That's on my TBR. It's good. It is good. Hello, Aspen. I had to order Are You Happy Now after seeing your Instagram stories and posts. Oh my god, am I an influencer? Am I influencing people? All the quotes are hitting. Like, it's actually making me think. That's so funny. The key is the first thing I do. I have it in mind while I'm reading, but I just never fully write it down. It sucks. I don't know. I need to be better about it because, like, I don't know going into most of my books what I'm going to tab until I make it like 20-ish pages in. And then I'm like, okay, maybe I should. There are a lot of moments where this happens, so I'm going to tab every time that happens. Or like my favorite cute moments. Like if it's a romance, I'll be like my favorite love moments between the two main characters. Or something like that. I don't know. Good evening. I'm reading The Writing Retreat. I've heard mixed things about that one, but I hope you're liking it. I'm in between a not so meet cute and You Shouldn't Have Come Here. Okay. Switching up genres. I haven't read a not so meet cute. Is that by Megan Quinn? I think so. And I've read You Shouldn't Have Come Here. It was pretty good. I listened to it on audio. And the audiobook narrator, because there are two, there's one for the guy and one for the girl. And the guy, he's the audiobook narrator of all of the Elle Kennedy, is it Briar? No, it's the Off Campus series. I get Off Campus and Briar U mixed up, even though the Off Campus series is my favorite out of the two. Anyways, but yeah, like the male narrator is the same guy that narrates the guys in those books. Reading Pet Sematary, that is on my TBR. I need to get to it eventually. Hello. I'm going to be reading 11/22/63, just 13 more pages to go to meet my goal for today. Yeah, I saw you show it earlier, like where your bookmark is at, and you're really doing it. I mean, props to you. I have it sitting in front of me, literally staring at me, and it's pretty far down Stephen King's like publication list. So I've got a little while till I have to read it. If you don't know, or if you didn't know this about me, one of my bucket list things is to read all of Stephen King's books in publication order. I haven't gotten very far, and I've taken a huge break, but I've read, oh my gosh, Carrie, Salem's Lot, and The Shining. That's it. The first 3 published books. Next up, I have Night Shift, and I don't really do well with short story collections, so that's why I've been putting it off. But like, I think I read The Shining a year and a half, 2 years ago now, so I just need to push through Night Shift so that I can get to the later books. Hello, Steph. Hello, everyone. Currently have a lot of anxiety. I'm hoping reading can help me tonight. I hope it can too. Yes, Team Pentacles, amazing. I love so many people are on Team Pentacles. We are here to represent. Exactly. Team Cups, amazing, amazing. I want to read Fourth Wing. I said I would never read this, but after seeing people go feral over this book, like, do I give in to the hype? I did buy it because I love special editions of things. And I saw that, like, it was a scarcity to get the first printing of it that has, like, the dragons and stuff on the side. And I was like, I don't know if I'm ever going to read this book, but I need to own the first printing of it with the cute little dragons on the side. Like, I need to have that in my book collection because I am a book collector as well as a book reader. So yeah, I have a copy of it, but I'm like, when am I going to read it? But seeing so many people love it, sooner rather than later is what I'm thinking. You influenced me and my daughter on what movies we should go see, so yeah, you're an influencer. I haven't been to the movies in a couple of weeks now, and I still have my like monthly pass, so I've not been putting it to good use. I'm currently working on my summer courses work, so no reading anytime soon. Well, I'm happy to keep you company. I can't annotate, it takes me out of the story. The most I'll do is highlight in the Kindle if I remember. Yeah, it's much easier on a Kindle to just like drag your finger across it. Pet Sematary is for the Significator 2 of Pentacles. A character faces a big decision, as well as Knight of Cups. A character goes through emotional turmoil. I'm sure there is a lot of emotional turmoil in that book. I feel like you could say the same for most of Stephen King's books. I'm weird and like to read a romance and a thriller at the same time. Yes, Megan Quinn is the author. I knew it sounded familiar. I've yet to read like a full-length novel from Megan Quinn. I think I read if I'm not mistaken, Resting Scrooge Face. Is that by Megan Quinn too? And that was like a novella, so I don't really count that. But like, I've wanted to read one of those books in that series. You know what I mean. Hello, I'll be seeing the new Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse soon. I saw a huge billboard for that, and I'm like, I kind of want to see it. I'm reading The Shining this month. I really liked it. Out of the 3 Stephen King books that I've read, it was my favorite. Reading Stephen King's books in order sounds like a fun YouTube series. I don't know. I feel like there are some that like nobody wants to hear anyone talk about. Like the Dark Tower series. I mean, a certain like part of BookTube would like to hear about those, but it's all about Billy Summers, The Institute, Misery, Pet Sematary. Like, I'm looking at my shelf of all my Stephen King books right here. I don't own every single one of them, but I own a good bit. The Night Shift has Children of the Corn, which is one of my favorite horror movies. I've never seen it. And apparently there are a lot of remakes. I haven't seen any of them. Are you just doing the ones under Stephen King, or are you doing Bachman too? I went back and forth about this, but I'm just doing Stephen King because I was like, there are already enough. I don't need to do the ones that were written under Richard Bachman, even though I do have hold on, let me flex real quick. I do have this like really old bind up of 4 Bachman books. It's super old. I cried when I got this for Christmas from my mom because I've been looking for that forever, and it's a rare book to come across, and they sell for like hundreds of dollars. Sarah, given to the hype, read Fourth Wing. Maybe for the same video concept that I was thinking of for Terms and Conditions. TBD. I just saw The Little Mermaid. Hello? I just saw The Little Mermaid yesterday. I loved it. Maybe I should go watch that too. I really liked Runaway Groomsmen by Megan Quinn. I don't think I've heard of this one. I'm finishing The Colorado Kid today. Nice. Hi, I'm reading Choosing Theo. Amazing, amazing. I was pretty skeptical over the Fourth Wing hype, but I ended up loving it. My primary genre is science fiction. I remember this about you, that you love sci-fi. But yeah, I've seen people who don't even read fantasy love Fourth Wing. Perhaps. Seriously, today is a Stephen King day. It truly is. Sarah, the Dark Tower series is all the rage. The big-time Stephen King fans absolutely adore it. I feel like people lean more towards his horror, though. Because that's more... Is that No, it's not sci-fi, is it? I guess it would be. I know it's not horror, for sure. Oh my god, I got a copy of the Bachman books for Christmas too, and I also cried. Not a book I ever thought I'd own. Literally, I was looking for it everywhere, and like people would buy it from the book warehouse that I work at, and I'm like, I just wanna take it. Like, I don't even wanna pack this up to ship it out. Like, I just wanna take it home. I would have cried getting that too. I literally just saw it and immediately started crying, and then my mom started crying. It was a whole thing. If you don't like Fourth Wing, don't tell me. I won't. I finished Fairy Tale about 2 a.m. today. That book is so stunning in person. You have to read Bachman because if you read Desperation, you have to read Regulators. It's sort of like a duet. The covers of those two are so awesome. I just love looking at Stephen King's books. And there's so many different covers for like every single book that he has. All right, let us go ahead and jump into the first sprint. Normally, I do 1 hour sprints, but I'm thinking of like doing a semi shorter sprint to start off with, not too short. We're gonna do a 50-minute sprint to start, and then we'll probably do hour sprints for the rest of the night. But I just figured like let's start tiny for me. Anything less than an hour, I'm like, that's not enough time. Fantasy, that's what I meant. Thanks for being my brain. All right, let's go ahead and dive into our first sprint. Hello, hello. If you normally come to my Sunday sprints, then you'll know that's a different timer sound than I normally have. I wanted to, I don't know, change up the vibe, but I don't like how long that goes on for because I feel like it just drags. It's like do 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 do, like it just goes on for way too long. But anyways, how did everybody's first sprint go? Also, before I forget, I am going to switch it. I was gonna say I'm gonna up the time to an hour for the next sprint, but I can't do that while this timer's going. So when this one goes off, I'll change it to an hour because we're switching to hour sprints. We're getting into it, everyone. But I made it to page 208 of Are You Happy Now? And honestly, this book is just hitting. It's really hitting all the marks. Like, it's sad, it's existential, it's like it's giving everything I wanted to give. And also it's kind of terrifying at the same time, you know, because I feel like some of these thoughts are like things that I've thought, and it just feels like my brain is on the page in a lot of ways. But I'm still tabbing and highlighting. Like, I just keep putting my highlighter down and then I immediately have to pick it back up because I need to highlight something else. Like, I should just keep both of my highlighters clutched in my grubby little hands because it's just not, it's, yeah. But I'm a very expressive reader, and I kind of do like that about myself. I'm not gonna lie, that I just have very visceral reactions to things that happen in books, like happy or sad or whatever. And I don't know, I think that's one of my better traits. What about you guys? Do you guys like make facial expressions? Do you say like, "Oh my god," if something pisses you off in a book? Like, do you outwardly express how a book is making you feel? I would love to know. But I was gonna share a couple quotes, and I'm like, I don't even know if I could process that right now. But tell me how your sprint went. I don't remember where I left off in the comments. Do 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 do. Hello, hello. Late but here. You're fashionably late. You're not that late. I mean, you can't really be late to sprints. Yes. Hi, just joining. We'll be reading The True Love Experiment by Christina Lauren. Amazing. I think I've pretty much liked every Christina Lauren that I've read. Actually, that's a lie. I really did like, I know Deja's here now. She's gonna laugh at me for this, but I really did like In a Holidays, okay? And I liked, what else did I like? Something Wilder. I liked that one. That wasn't a 5-star. I think the only 5-star I've given Christina Lauren is In a Holidays, which is like mildly embarrassing to admit, but I'm sticking by it. And then I've also read the one that's like, it's likened to the one by John Mars, but like a romance. I don't know what that one's called, but it was fine. And then I hated The Unhoneymooners. Like, actually hated it. I wanted to throw it across the room. I think I actually have a sticky note in the book that says like, and this is the point where I wanted to throw this across the room. But I've been seeing a lot of good things about The True Love Experiment, so I'm interested. I'm not too late. Yay! Hello. Hello, reading Puck Shy tonight. Love a hockey romance. Started Amina El Sarafi. Is that how you say that? 13 out of 470. Okay, that's a thick book. But we'll be here for a while, so hopefully you will be too. I only read 2 pages that sprint, but I completed some stuff for work, so they aren't lingering over the weekend. Yes, getting stuff out of the way so you don't have to worry about it. Sometimes I'll put off the most like minuscule tasks till the very last second, and I'm like, you stress yourself out over this. It was in the back of your mind just like, oh, don't forget to do this thing. Don't forget. And then it just consumes your entire thought process, and then you're like, I could have just gotten it out of the way. I'm in the chilly air of a house that actually has AC watching Borders and Sarah at the same time. What's Borders? Watching Borders. Is that a show? I'm confused. Yes, let us know what you're reading. Are you still reading Leviathan Wakes? Just got to chapter 27. Amazing. Right now I'm reading Leviathan Wakes. Okay, just not right at the moment. Is there a lot more P talk? Let the people know. I read about 40 pages of Slaughterhouse-Five. I'm rereading this book for about the 10th time and finally annotating it. Love that. I haven't read that book, but I've been eyeing it. I feel like if I were to read a Kurt Vonnegut, it would definitely be that one. Or A Cat's Cradle. I don't really know what they're about, to be completely honest. But those certain covers that all match each other, I always see them at used bookstores and I'm like, I want to take you home with me, you know? Hello, Jean. I am 73% of There Is No Devil by Sophie Lark. Read 10% during Vanessa's sprints earlier. Are you liking it? Are you liking it more than There Are No Saints? Let me know. YouTube, fake as fuck for not sending a notification. I was kind of low-key wondering where you were, because I know that you said that you would be here, and I was like, okay. But I figured it was something like that, or that maybe you have plans for a Friday night, unlike me. I read about a chapter and a half, I think. Amazing. Never heard of Are You Happy Now? Is it an arc? How did you find out about it? I think I found it on... It's not an arc, but I think I found it way back... Not way back when. It was like months ago on Book Depository, RIP, and I just fell in love with the cover because, like, just look at that. This is a UK printing, I'm pretty positive. But yeah, I was like, I'm intrigued, and then I just bought it on a whim. But sometimes those are the best book purchases, not knowing anything about the book, not seeing anyone else talk about it. Like, girly, the notification bell clicked. Anyways, I'm doing hella homework tonight. Oh no, but I'm glad that I'm here to keep you company. Hard same on that one, Deja. Kept waiting for a notification, gave up, and refreshed my subscription page, and there it was. YouTube is acting weird today, because when I was going in to monetize this live, there were like 10 people that said we're live, and then I clicked, because I was like, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't do like reading sprints if there are so many other people doing them. And then most of the ones I clicked on, they weren't even live. And I refreshed the page a couple of times. And I'm like, where's the live? Like, there's nothing. I have gasped if a book shocks me. Love that. I'm working on Fourth Wing, and I keep noticing similarities with Red Queen by Victoria Aveyard. And I just am like, am I crazy? Is anyone else seeing it? I haven't read that book, but if anyone else here has read Fourth Wing and Red Queen, you should say so. I pretty much only have facial reactions if something in extreme horror really shocks me. Yeah, I loved watching your reactions to them. Like, it was so funny. I was just like giggling. Today I said, no, I can't take any more of this about a book, and my big sis was like, Skylar, calm down. I feel like I can't read in front of people because I'll just be annoying. Like, that's why there's a mute button on lives. Like, honestly, you would be sick of me. Been reading up on the 2 June readathons we'll participate in. Nice. Please, in a holidays, let her die. And I cried. That's another embarrassing fact. I just read Something Wilder last month. I really liked it. Yes, I liked that it wasn't just a romance. Like, there was actually a good action part of it and like a mystery. I'm still in the early chapters, but I definitely think this is going to be a good time for me. I hope you're enjoying Amina. I just picked up a copy of that one. I love the cover of that one. Yes, I have whole conversations with myself and sometimes put down the book if I get embarrassed. Literally, I'll be reading and I'm like, "You should have said that earlier," or, like, whatever, or I'll squeal. Actually, during that last sprint, I squealed, and it was so high pitched that I think only dogs could hear it. It was up so many octaves. I don't know how I did it. I was kinda surprised. I really enjoyed In the Holidays besides the pace a little slow. Yeah, I see that. Currently reading Kill Your Darlings, been really enjoying it so far. Love that title. I gave In a Holidays 2 stars. You're definitely in the majority. I'm in the minority for that one. The Soulmate Equation is the one. Yes, that's the one I'm thinking of. The Love Experiment. I was like, is it the Love Hypothesis? And I'm like, no, that's totally different book. Hello, I'm reading The Serpent and the Wings of Night, about 150 pages in so far. I hope you're loving it. I think I donated The Unhoneymooners. It was just so not what I wanted. I've been binging the Bromance Book Club books, and I'm up to the Christmas one, 50% in. After that, I got my hold in for tomorrow. I have only read the first Bromance Book Club book, and I have, oh my gosh, hello. I have the other three, not the Christmas one, because I feel like I would probably skip that one. I don't know if it's like actually needed in the series. I don't know if that's the last one or not. Whatever, but I've heard mixed things about especially the second book, so that's why I'm nervous about continuing, but I will someday. All right, let's go ahead and hop into the next sprint. I will catch up on comments that I missed when we get back. Let me change this to an hour, our tried and true. All righty. I will see you all in 1 hour. Hello, welcome back. How did everybody do during that sprint? That felt much better. Having 1 hour sprints, you don't really realize what you've got till it's gone. I know the first one was 50 minutes, so like literally almost an hour. But there's just something about the 1 hour sprints for me that just hit. But I did make it past the part that I wanted to. Like we're in good time, right? And I have less than 100 pages left, so I'm actually further than I thought I would be. Um, but it's like split up into parts, so I just wanted to be in the last part during that sprint, and then I passed it, so we're in good standing. But I did want to share one quote that just like hit. It really did, and I was like, okay. I mean, a lot of them are, like I keep saying, but this one I was like, I really want to share it. So, time will give you the illusion that you've put some distance between you and trauma, that you can just stand up and walk away. But that time is elastic. The further you try to pull away, the harder it will snap you back. And I was like, yes, honestly. But I'm loving it still. I did cry during that sprint. I probably would have sobbed if I wasn't like on camera, because it did happen while my camera was on. And I was like, okay, be strong, you've got this. But yeah, let me know how you guys did during the sprint. I was wondering if you meant hoarders, but I wasn't gonna like put words in your mouth. Yeah, The Adventures of Amina El Sarafi by Shannon Chakraborty. Right? I'm watching Hoarders. That show stresses me out. The P-Talk has calmed down a bit, but not completely gone yet. I'm glad that it's at least calmed down. Because there can be too much P-Talk. Like, there is such a thing. Hello. The Sirens of Titan is also a great Vonnegut. I've never heard of that one. Interesting. I've heard of Breakfast of Champions. Is that what it's called? And then Cat's Cradle, Slaughterhouse-Five, and those are all the ones off the top of my head. I'm really enjoying the first 13 pages. I was influenced and bought There Are No Saints this morning along with a tarot deck. Yeah, I heard you talking about your tarot deck earlier. I'm just using the online one because that's what I did last time. And I don't really know if tarot could be or ever would be my thing. I mean, I love this freaking readathon, but I just don't know if I'm a tarot card girly. But There Are No Saints, I love that for you. I'm so curious to see what tarot deck you went with. I really was kind of vibing with the idea of getting the Bob's Burgers one that you guys were talking about in the live last night, to be honest. If I were to ever get one. So far, I'm liking There Are No Saints more. I'm not enjoying the DV. Yeah, I also like the first one a little bit more. I gave them both 5 stars, though. I found out Geneva Rose was in Grand Rapids, Michigan, right? Where I live 2 weeks ago at Barnes, and I'm so mad I didn't know about it. I saw all her press and stuff for her new book, and like, she's so funny. Having her crowd go along with whatever like pranks she was pulling, and then introducing her husband Drew and being like, here's my husband Drew, like past tense of draw. It's just hilarious. And they have like a new podcast coming out, something like that they wrote, and then they have like voice actors doing the podcast, but like that's pretty cool. Listening to Fourth Wing. I'm curious to see what the audiobook sounds like, because I know a lot of people who are reading it are physically reading it. I mean, obviously they could be doing both, but I haven't heard anyone talk about the audiobook specifically. Ooh, read 4 chapters. Oh yeah, a little bit. Have seen some in other fantasies as well. Is this about Red Queen and, like, the similarities between the 2. I'm planning on filming my first video in months, right after this cold goes away. Can't wait, but absolutely can wait until you feel better. There will always be a reason to not film a video. I'm, like, the pioneer of that, honestly. But there is always a reason to film a video also. I've started covering up the page with a bookmark to stop reading ahead and spoiling myself. Feels like I've been reading faster and it builds up more tension. I do that sometimes too. Well, sometimes when I look at a page, it just looks like overwhelming. So I'll grab like a ruler or a bookmark or something and kind of just like line it up with where my eyes are going to go. I sometimes do go a little bit faster so that way it'll like motivate me to just keep going. Because if I just do it line by line, that won't work. I just go a few lines ahead and just stay with the same pace. I'm doing this, but like this is me moving the bookmark down the page. I took a break from reading after Vanessa's live sprints, trying to think if I still want to read tonight. You should. I'm just joining, but I'm reading A Soul to Keep. Hello, hello. I was reading Tomorrow, but then found out that the author stole a game idea from a game creator and used it in her book, No Credit Given. I haven't heard about this. I'm going to be planning a video during this sprint. Nice. Love that. So IDKF, I'm going to pick it up again. That's so interesting. It's like such a popular book. I'm surprised no one else has pointed that out. That's weird. I liked the first 2 bromance books. 3 and 4 were a struggle, especially 4. That one isn't it romantic, right? That's the Russians book. I thought I would like that one the most, to be honest, because he's my favorite character. This one follows the last guy, and it's a cute. I would try to put cute and grumpy together. Cute, grumpy sunshine romance. I'm a completionist, so I have to binge series. Same. Usually same. I mean, romance series, I'm a little bit more lenient because it's not like it starts off where the last one left off. Like, the plot isn't the same. It's just following, like, the same characters from other books, like side characters and whatnot. But that's probably why I don't read, like, a lot of fantasy or whatever, because it would just consume my life until I'm finished with the entire series. And all the books have to be out. I cannot read in good, like, I guess I could, because if I'm going to read Fourth Wing, then the next book isn't out yet, and there are going to be more books than just the 2. So it's kind of a lie. But I prefer to read series when all of the books are out. That way I can just read them all back to back to back, because then I'll get in the same situation that I'm in now with the Divergent series and Hunger Games. Even though both of the books I have to read, for the Hunger Games, it's the prequel, so technically I could read it without rereading the other ones. And then the Divergent series, I haven't read 4, which is like, I guess, Divergent, but in 4's perspective, or it's like from 4's perspective. I don't really know what it's about, but like, I would need context, so I would need to reread the books. I don't want to have to do that. Also, I really want to read Akamath, and I read ACOTAR like 2 years ago, so I don't remember that much about it, so I have to reread that first before I can get to the next one. I don't want to have to reread books to get to the next book in the series. Made it to my goal page, now 27% through 11/22/63. Tomorrow's goal is to read 126 pages. Pretty good book so far. Okay, pacing. Guess I'll grumpily switch over to terms and conditions for the rest of the night. You could just DNF. Got a big case of the sleepy tired, so I'm going to go to bed. Happy reading to y'all. Good night. For the second night in a row, my cat has gone to my closet and meowed like she was crying and ran like it was on fire. So I've come to the conclusion I have a closet demon laughing to hide the fear. Dare I say, it's the Boogeyman. I want to see that movie so bad. It looks actually very, very good. It came out today, right? Read 16 pages of terms and conditions, now to 33%. I like how I'm caught up to where I was like starting the last sprint. I haven't even gotten through these. I got to the halfway mark of Once Upon a Broken Heart. I think I was at 34 to 35%. I didn't want to read this book either, but the hype may get me. I know the third book comes out in October, I want to say, and I think it's just 3 books. So maybe when that one comes out, I'll pick up the series. I don't know. I mean, it's YA, right? So not really my genre. Or YA is not a genre, but you know what I mean. I did nothing for half an hour, but I've read one chapter of my textbook now. I mean, progress. Read another 45 pages. I can feel myself coming out of my reading slump. Love to hear it. I love how obsessed with books we all are. Exactly. These are my people. I just got here last sprint, finished Monstrilio and really liked it, but it was strange, so I think I need to think about it before I rate it. Yeah, I've seen some very interesting reviews of that book, and the cover is very interesting as well. Fourth Wing audiobook is Chef's Kiss. Is it like multiple narrators? I listened to Fourth Wing and like the audio. Nice. Didn't get as much done as I wanted, but finished the chapter and put the kids to bed. So reading the rest of the night. Yes. That makes sense on the series, Sarah. I hope it does. I was like, did I explain that well? I love that excerpt. Thanks. It was so good. I just had to share. All right. I said thanks as if I wrote it. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump into another sprint. I will see you all in 1 hour. Hello, hello. Welcome back from another successful sprint, or I hope your sprint was successful. Mine definitely was. I thought I would finish the book in that sprint, but again, reiterating the fact that annotating really does slow me down. But I will finish during the next sprint. I have, I think, like 30 pages left. If I'm doing the math correctly, I think I have 30 pages left. So I will finish it in the next sprint. I just love looking at all those freaking tabs. Like, can we just take a second? It's amazing. And the fact that I could find tabs that match the cover with my highlighters too. I mean, they're from two different packs. Like, I got the purple color from like this pack with like red and all that, and then I got the more like greeny tealy color from these packs. I literally just took them out and I had them all lined up on this, which I can also use as a ruler, and I have been for making my highlights like straight lines. I've pretty much given up on that though, and I'm just freehanding it now, but I was like putting it on the line and then, you know, highlighting it to make it straight and pretty, but who cares? But I'm running out of tabs. I've actually had to pull them from other packs. But we're almost done, so I think I could make it with the same colors. I think I have enough. But I'm not skimping out, okay? If I want to annotate something, I will annotate it. I'm not just gonna not because I don't have a tab for it. I will find a tab to put in its place and then buy the same pack again to get that color. Just the one color, okay? I don't know when I'm ever gonna use this many yellow tabs though. I have a ton of yellow from these packs. This also came with, like, I keep them in this little jar thing, but it came with a bunch of them, right? So they're all these little packs. I got them when I was doing my Twilight read along because one of the packs has red tabs and like a dark gray color. So it was perfect for the aesthetic of the Twilight books. But yeah, it just comes in different colors. Like, there's 3 different colors that come in the same thing. As you can see, this one is like nearly empty. Let me see if I have one open that's, yeah, and then this is the other one. So I think I was using these 2 gray ones and the red one from the other pack for my Twilight books when I was annotating them for the read along. But anyways, tangent about tabs over. How did we all do during that sprint? Also, I made a little energy drink, and yes, you heard that correctly, I made it. There's this like company called Sneak. I don't know if any of you have heard of it, but their logo is super cute. It's this little bunny. And I got this like a year or 2 ago because I was watching some UK booktubers sprints and they were talking about Sneak and like it's their favorite energy drink and whatever. And I'm like, okay, so I was influenced to buy it, and I've had just like a variety pack of the little whatevers for a while, but I just constantly forget that I have them. So I was like, why not just try one on my live? So I've had one before, but this one, it's very weird because it's very vague what it's supposed to taste like. It's literally called Stealth. Like, okay, cute packaging, first off, but it's called Stealth. I'm like, what does Stealth taste like? But I guess we're gonna find out. It's like neon green. Like, you can't see. Maybe you can, just a little bit. But it says only 10 ounces of water. So I'm like, why are you selling these big bottles if you're only gonna use that much? Like, why not make a smaller bottle? I really don't understand. But I guess I'll taste it. I don't know. This is weird. I don't know what that tastes like. I guess it tastes like stealth. I don't know, like, what flavor that is. It's not bad, though. It kind of tastes liquefied like a liquefied green apple Airhead. That's what it tastes like. So I guess it's giving green apple. I don't know. Mixed with something else. It's not like too appley, but it tastes very green. Where did I leave off? No, it's just one narrator because it's from the female main character's perspective. That makes sense. I know in some audiobooks, like the one for King of Wrath, even though it's only the one perspective, question mark, maybe it's two perspectives, but within the chapters, when the guy's speaking, the guy narrator narrates. So it like swaps back and forth mid-chapter. I'm surprisingly liking it way more than I thought I was going to. Love when that happens. I love rereading books. When my son was younger, we would reread older books when new ones came out in a few series. I also have been in like a huge rereading mood recently, but it's like I just don't have the time with how many books I have on my TBR and just like obviously new books coming out every single week. It's just like I can't keep up. I can't reread nearly as much as I really want to. And sometimes books are left better in the past. Books are better off left in the past because I recently reread, as in this last week, reread The Fault in Our Stars by John Green. I used to love that book. I read it 3 times when I first got it or when it first came out. I can't remember. So it was years and years and years ago, and I cried every time I read it. And so I was like, I love those vibes. Bring me back to the good old days. And it sucked reading it this time. I was like, this writing is so cringy. I cannot believe that John Green wrote this like as a teenage girl perspective. Like it was just very weird. And Augustus's character was just interesting to say the least, and I did not cry a single tear this time, which I thought would never happen. I feel like I have those movies specifically, but I guess also books. I just don't reread them enough. But I have specific movies that just every single time, no matter what mood I'm in going into it, they make me cry every single time. Remember Me with Robert Pattinson? That is one of those movies. I could be in the best mood, having the best day. I watch that movie in tears every single time. Heading to bed now. Thanks for the sprint. Thank you for coming. Good night. You're most definitely gone. Hello, just joining now, reading This Woven Kingdom. Amazing, amazing. I don't mind rereading a book in a series when a new one is released. I just don't like when there are years between books. Example, Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss. I have this on my TBR. I know what you're saying, though. Because it's just like, it's too much. Because then you're basically forcing people to reread the books. Got to the sad part of Pet Sematary. There's a sad part? I guess there would have to be. It is centered around a cemetery. You scared me so bad when you started speaking. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I know, I'm terrifying, honestly. I got 2 chapters left. You'll be able to finish that in the next sprint. Sarah, it's been so long. I finished Reprieve and didn't like it. Not enough horror and too much commentary. I started Taste Like Candy. I agree with Reprieve. I DNF'd it. I was like, I can't remember if I pushed through or not. No, I DNF'd it. And best decision of my life. It was just, like, not it was not horror, and it was just very anticlimactic. I got to 80% of There's No Devil, I am losing the ability to read, oh no! But you should power through, because you only have 20% left. Sarah, you can send me a book of and all your yellow tabs you don't use. I tried the drink Prime, but hated it. Prime? I've never heard of that. I'm scared of those packet drinks, scared something will get put in it. What do you mean? I mean, it's like sealed off. Read another 30 pages and updated my vlog. This is one of those books that just reminds me why I love to read. I feel like it gets better every time I read it. I love that. That is such a good feeling too, honestly. And I always advocate for rereading a book you know you'll love, or did I say rereading? I don't know. Basically, what I'm trying to say is you should reread. Yeah, that's what I said. Is this drink? Did somebody put something in this drink? Anyways, I always advocate for if you're like falling into a reading slump, that you should reread a fave, because it'll help you and it'll give you that feeling that you're talking about right now. Yes, the whole book is about grief. You're telling me you haven't seen the movie then. I have actually. That's so bad. I don't really remember it. I watched the newest adaptation, but I don't remember much about it, to be honest. All I remember is the cat. All right, let us hop into another sprinty sprint. I will see you all in 1 hour. Hello. Trying not to be as scary this time. I don't want to scare anyone coming back after a sprint. I just spent the last 20 minutes crying over this book. I finished it. Look at the tabs in all their glory. I didn't run out, thankfully enough. I mean, I did kind of sort of run out because I ran out of the tabs that the purple ones that have the pointy ends, and I had to start using the same color. Like, it's the same pack of tabs, like just half of them are little flags, I guess you would call them, and then half of them are just like boxy rectangles, whatever. But it's the same exact color, which I'm happy with. But yeah, like that. I had to switch to that kind. That was the most dumb way of explaining all that. But anyway, I finished it. The whole time I was reading it, I was like, I don't think it's going to be a 5-star. Like, in the beginning, this was a 5-star prediction for me based off of nothing but vibes, honestly. But as I was reading it, I was like, okay, 4-star. And then I was like, okay, 4.5-star with everything that was happening and all of the stuff that, all the quotes that were hitting. And just, it really sucker punched me in the end. Like, it really all came full circle, and everything that didn't matter mattered, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't make sense because I'm being vague and I have no one to talk about this book with because I don't know anyone who's read it. So I'm just like sitting out here just waiting to talk about it with somebody. But honestly, I'm just like, okay, it's a 5-star. It really is. And I can't give it anything less than a 5-star. Sorry also if I sound kind of stuffed up. I was actually sobbing. I know I said BRB sobbing, but like I was actually sobbing. There were some moments where my camera was on and I was tearing up. But it came to a point where I started sniffling so much that I was like, it's gonna hit. Like, we're in the final pages. Like, it's gonna hit me. And it did. So, yeah, that's what happened. But anyways, how did all of your sprint how did your sprint go? Everyone who's still here. It is almost 1 a.m. my time. But I do want to do one more sprint because I always love to give a little heads up before I do my last sprint. Like, in good conscience, I couldn't just be like halfway through the last sprint, unless an emergency happened, obviously. I could not just be halfway through the last sprint and put up the banner for last sprint. Like, I love to say, the next sprint is going to be the last sprint. And it's going to be. So, but how long do we want to go? Do we want another hour sprint? Because I could start my next book for one of my tarot cards that I pulled. I need some recommendations, actually, for this. I need a book about books. That's the tarot card that I pulled today after I finished my audiobook. And I was going to listen to another audiobook, and then I just decided that I was going to watch The Kardashians instead. So that's pretty much what happened. But I haven't fulfilled that prompt yet. So I'm like, a book about books. The only ones I can think of off the top of my head are obviously not off the top of my head. Mr. Penumbra's 24-hour bookstore. I mean, I assume it's about books. The plot, I guess that would count because it's the plot of a book. So That's probably the one I'm leaning more towards, actually. I'm trying to only read books that it looks like I have no neck when I do that. I'm trying to only read books for the Tarot Readathon that I already own. So, those are the 2 I can think of that I own that are about books. But again, I feel like I probably have more, it's just I don't know that they're about books. I'll probably just read the plot, maybe listen to the audiobook. I really do want to continue on with my diamond painting. You can even see the progress, like honestly. But all of the black. I've done a lot of the black. And then some at the top on this corner, if you can even tell. But maybe I'll listen to the plot while doing this for the last sprint. That sounds like a plan to me. My eyes are kind of tired now from crying, and also because it's almost 1 a.m. But yeah, that's what's occurring, okay? That is what is occurring. We had a few people drop off during the last sprint. I'll probably fall asleep during the sprint. Have a good night. Have a good night. Also, I was gonna respond to this, but then I noticed, like, I went on my phone to look at these sprints and it wasn't up there. So I don't know if it blocked it because it says "fucking," but I'm like, that's not even a cuss word. But yeah, it was interesting. I was gonna respond to it too, and then I was like, it's a good thing I didn't just type it on my computer in response, because you guys would have been like, what? Who is she talking to? But I fucking love you too. Good night, Jean. Hello, Neva. Yes, this was in response to my sobbing. Yay, I finished it. Amazing. What's it about? Okay. I want to be vague, but there is something about it that occurs pretty early on, right? But it's not in the synopsis, so I don't want to say anything. And it could make people really dislike it because it hits a little too close to home. Like, it has a specific thing that people don't want to read about right now. But again, it all makes sense in the end. Like, it all comes full circle and you understand the intent behind everything. Like, just stick it out, because that was the reason I was like, this can't be a 5. Again, being very vague, but it just wait, okay? But it's like basically following these characters that meet at their friend's wedding, and just like how some of them are in each other's lives and some of them, like, I don't know how to describe it, but people couple up from this wedding and it follows them in their perspectives. That is a terrible synopsis, but I feel like I don't want to say anything because I didn't really know anything before going into it. I'm so excited for my copy to arrive now. Is it bad to say I hope you cry reading it? I don't know if you cry reading books. Actually, I think you specifically said in a recent vlog that you don't cry often while reading books. But I hope this book moves you like it moved me. Okay, we've got a vote for 1 hour. Did you already read The Last Word and Book Lovers? Yes, I've read both of those. So, womp womp. I got to about 40% of Tastes Like Candy. I'm heading to bed. Thanks for the sprints. I'm glad I caught them. I'm glad that you were here as well. Another one is The Neighbor Favor. What is that about? And then a new release is The Wishing Game. I haven't heard of either of these. Am I out of the loop? I finished my book, so I'm going to bed instead of starting a new one. Good decision. I'm making a bad decision, and I'm going to start a new book. The Echo of Old Books by Barbara Tate. I'll look into that one for sure. I think you just convinced me to start diamond painting at 12 a.m. I'm glad. The only influencing that matters, honestly. I don't know if it is good, but the cover looked cool, although I am really tired. I'm already sold, LOLs. Adds to TBR. Exactly. Exactly, but yeah. So a thing happens and you're like, but just trust me. The Echo of Old Books by Barbara Day. No, I got it. You're good. I almost never cry, but I hope this one makes me cry too. It's just so fucking bleak, but at the same time, it's just again, it feels like things were taken from my brain and my thought processes, hello, and put into this book, and it just obliterated my soul. The Roughest Draft, similar plot to Beach Read. I've already read it. I really liked it, and I liked it a lot more than any of Emily Henry's books. But yeah, I've already read it. Does it have to do with unrequited love? Not real. It's not the focus of the book. Like there's something going on throughout the entire book, but it's about like people and how they handle said thing and like who they choose to handle these things with and like that type of stuff. But I guess like a little bit. But I don't want to give anything away. I love it when a book can make me cry or laugh out loud. I love when books make me cry. It's my favorite. It's my favorite thing. It feels so cathartic because it's not like I'm crying over my life. I've said this so many times that it's probably annoying, but I'm like, I love crying when it's not because of anything actually happening to me. When it's fictional, it's fine. All right, let's go ahead and jump into another sprint and we'll do an hour. This will be the last one. So I will see you all in the next hour. I was about to say the final hour. Anyways, happy reading. Hello, hello. How did everyone's last sprint go? I listened to some of the plot while working on my diamond painting, and it's gonna look like I made little to no progress, but I promise you, I cleared out my entire packet of black diamonds. And here's what we're working with. So the ones at the top are the ones I worked on during that. Doesn't look like a lot, but it's progress, okay? Trust the process. And yeah, like as I said, I was listening to the plot while doing that, and I got to page 70. Not really vibing, kind of want a DNF, to be completely honest. He's honestly the main character, he's honestly giving knockoff Joe Goldberg, but like minus murderous intentions. Like he's just very pretentious and very like my opinion matters more than everyone else's, and I know what good writing is, and these people think that they can write a good book, but they're just silly little people. I don't know. He's just very pretentious, and I'm kind of wanting to DNF. So I might, but I think I'm gonna push through to at least page 100, and then we'll see after that. But I also was just still thinking about this book. Like honestly, I just can't get it off my mind. And I looked up the book on Google. I said that weird. Google. And it does say the thing in the synopsis, but like again, I went into it not knowing this, and I don't think you should read the full synopsis before going into it, but there was one sentence that I feel like sums up the feeling, okay, that this book gives you. An intensely compulsive novel for anyone who has ever felt hopeful and helpless in one breath. But you know what I mean? So that's that. But yeah, if you look up the book, it will say the thing, so it's not technically a spoiler, but again, I don't want to say it. This is probably so annoying anyways. You are A-okay. I'm glad you were here for the last one. After I pestered you, I was like, "Where are you at?" Yes, but I'm about to not be. It's literally 2 AM, and I have to be up I don't have to be up that early, but I have to be up semi-early to go drive my mom somewhere in the morning, but we're gonna go get coffee, and she might buy me a book. So, love that. It's all worth it. I finished the homework I wanted to do for the night. Yes, you did, okay? Hello, Cami. Kittens are all tucked in for the night, tiny balls of darkness. So, you know, I have, one black cat, and, like, she is smaller than my other cats, but, like, she's a normal-sized cat from what other people tell me. Okay, maybe my other cats are just huge, but Ella, my black cat, she's the devil, honestly. Earlier, she was being all sweet and tried to curl up on my lap, and then I was trying to, like, shift her position, and she bit my hand. Like, she chowed down on my hand. Didn't break the skin, but she started going for the claws too to, like, really grab on, and her claws, I need to cut them, but she needs to be sedated to have her claws cut. My other cats, I can clip their nails fine. I mean, I still have to like wrap them up in a towel because they hate it, but she will literally murder you if you try to touch her little claws. Of course, it is now 1 a.m. and a storm just rolled in way too late for the perfect reading atmosphere, but it's also the perfect sleeping atmosphere. Thank you for the sprints. Thank you for coming. Love it. I don't know what this is in reference. Oh, is it the diamond painting? I'm like, I love it too. I don't know what we're talking about. I have 4 pages left in my book. Very successful sprint. So glad you went live tonight. Thank you for being here and for staying the whole time. Also, 4 pages. Feel free to just mute me. Like, just click off of my sprints and just finish your book. Well, the murderous intention is the best part of Joel. Exactly. Exactly. And if you get rid of that, what is left? I'll tell you what's left. This bitch, okay? And it's not a fun time. Should I read that, Sarah, so I won't look at the synopsis? If so. Okay, well, I will say the amount of things that I highlighted is the same ratio of things I highlighted in open water, if that tells you anything. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna recommend it to everyone, but again, one of the plot points might hit somewhat differently for some people. But for me, it was fine. And then it was great. And then it was genius. Okay. I have such a soft spot for black cats. I adore them. Ella is not the norm for black cat behavior. These babies are just snuggle bugs. Well, she was also just like found outside. Like we just stumbled upon her one day. So she's a feral cat. It makes sense, I guess, but she's just cuckoo bananas. Like she'll be so sweet 1 second and then be murderous the next. Yes, the diamond painting. LOL. Magic words equals open water. Honestly, we still need to pick back up Small Worlds if you're still interested in rereading it. I have it sitting on my book cart upstairs, just waiting to be read. Because I do think reading it semi close to open water is not fair. And then also, as you saw specifically, my formatting of the e-arc was just annoying and took me out of the story multiple times. I'm not saying it's going to be a 5-star, but I think it'll be better than what I rated it the first time, or like what I rated in my head, because I think I put no rating on Goodreads. I just put that I read it. She had to survive on the streets. Yes, and she was such a tiny little thing too. We've had her for like 5-6 years. I don't know. I do terrible with time estimations. I feel like a year ago was 7 years ago. So never ask me for timelines. Your formatting was wild. It really was. All right. That does it for me. I was about to say for Sunday sprints. No, for Friday night sprints into the wee hours of Saturday morning, at least for me. Thank you all for joining, for being here, for reading, for chatting, all of the things. These sprints were very productive for me, and they were very fun. So but I'm down. Probably July through. I can't read anymore. Probably July though, unless I pull a card that will work. Yeah, actually same. May have to push it off then. I just feel bad because I still haven't written my review for it. And it's like out now. But I don't want to write the review that I would write for my first experience with it. You know what I'm saying. All right, but thank you all for joining. I will see you all on Sunday. Bye.